Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are going to be continuing with. One moment. Did I hit a button wrong? Boop. There we go. I hit a button wrong. I hit the wrong button. Didn't hit the right button. Either way. Anyway. We're going to be continuing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are now into the second game of that set of games. The Chronicles are a compilation. This one's called The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. But before we get too much further into that, let's check in with the kitties. Visible, we have, let's see, Ember on the left there, on her little pillow. Just in the upper right of that camera, you can see Sky's paws. So we have a limited subset visible, so let's zoom in. Scanning. I'm interested. I went and found the splash art for the second game. And it looks like we're going to have some interesting new faces. Yeah, you can, if you look in the upper right corner there, you will eventually be able to see Sky's paws. Then let's see if there's still some in the play area. You can see Sammy. Mason was passing through. Not sure where he went. Oh, he has gone into hiding. Good times, though. Good times. Playtime will be variable. We're going to hit at least our 7 p.m. marker. And we will go on till whenever. To be determined. We get a really good stopping point at some point before around, like, after 7, maybe around 8-ish. We'll probably take that opportunity. Oh, we have Sherbet passing through. I think that's Sherbet that just passed through the play area. And then Mason is up top on the tree. Oh, Sherbet has come to bother Sky. Sherbet is getting increasingly social with the other cats. He continues to cling to Sky, and Sky has had enough. But he does try to play with Sammy and Ember. It's a mixed bag. Generally, he doesn't get like a hiss and a smack. If Ember is trying to nap, he'll get a hiss and a smack. But they'll do, like, zoomy chase around the room. Mason, too. Mason was playing with Sammy earlier. That sort of very aggressive cat scuffle, But yeah, Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve today. So let's get into it. We're starting right from the beginning here. We'll push some buttons. A button. We're going to try it with the game music a little bit louder here. There was some commentary at the end of the Great Ace Attorney 1 that some of the stuff wasn't audible. It was a quiet scene, but no sense in having it silent to the viewers, Well, let's get in there. You need to work on a different transition. That one is really render intensive. A lot of movement, a lot of transparency, a lot of twitching from the avatar, apparently. All right, but let's see what happens. Let's see what's changed. Loading. Is Cloud or is Steam Puff? Cloud. Is Cloud. Oh, okay, here's Susato. And I presume...
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Narration, so a little bit quiet
I've no
here.
doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Never noticed her strong accent in the first one. She didn't have a lot of voice dialogue.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And
Not
no
really
one
strong,
could
but
have
noticeable.
predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Oh. Let's see. Pen, knife, wine glass, Giselle Bet again.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Not bad lip work there. Oh!
So please,
Giselle dead. They even got her swan.
Kazuma-sama.
Is the grave like Kazuma's, or is it meant to be her father's? Because she returned to Japan because her father got sick. Ooh, is the tutorial going to be with Susato as the lawyer? Or is it going to follow Susato entirely? Here I am again, after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. It's a bit of a mouthful. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh no, her father's still alive. I guess that might be Kazuma's grave? Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. Hello, Sammy. Sammy creeping in for lap time, I guess. Nope, just passing through. She already has to compete with Ember, but Mason has started requesting lap time as well. So even further competition. Though Mason tends to be brief, he needs a lot of constant attention, and you gotta hold him awkwardly. It's very particular about how he sits. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Similar descriptions were used of Naruhodo. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Throat's a little congested. Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? She's a new character. Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. Nervous bowing. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ooh, that's gonna be a tricky one. Is it Rai or Ray? We're gonna go with Ray. Ray Membami. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that... That was a very smooth transition to her leaning in, eyes watering with a little blush. You look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? When I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. A little bit of a crush, it would seem. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Wahahaha. Little bit of a Waluigi laugh. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Ah, okay. She's concealing her gender. There was the implication, or the overt statement, in the tutorial trial in the first game, that it's effectively women aren't welcome in the courtroom kind of thing. So is she dressed up like Naruhodo? But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Processing. What? Is that? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that, no, what are you doing? What's going on? What? The varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Yeah, she's dressed like Naruhodo. In fact, the full formal uniform, too. I think it's like almost like a half-mantle kind of thing. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. Yep. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. They don't pull punches with concepts of the era. I don't know if relatively or vaguely, because it was kind of overt, so the way that a lot of the characters in Britain referred to the lead. Essentially, always like you Japanese kind of concepts, let alone, you conjure kind of stuff. And then this the very strong sexism of the time over here, the almost gender casting. Hello, Custom. A warm single letter to you as well. But women are forbidden. Hello. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. But yes, welcome to the channel. Welcome. We do keep it casual here, so if you want to chat or ask questions, feel free. I try to look over at chat pretty frequently. If you see me looking noticeably to the to screen left, that's probably what I'm doing. But yeah, welcome. Let me know if you'd like to see the camera array, see if we can spot some different kitties, but right now you can see two of them, Ember and Sky. Sky is the gray and white fluff ball in the upper right of the camera down there, and Ember is the little diluted calico in the bottom center on the pillow. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day. And we'll be continuing. This is the Great Ace Attorney 2. So that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me. Definitely a bit of a crush. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Shan't. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. Oh, cinnamon roll pancakes. Is that it's topped in like the cinnamon paste and the thick frosting, or is it like actually a wide flat cinnamon roll? Ray seems to have very kind of lurching movements. It's not like it's kind of puppet jerky, but it seems that they're trying to play off that she's really flustered. That does sound pretty good, though. Very rich, but could still be very good. I find that the cinnamon paste is the best thing. I mean, it's in the name, cinnamon roll. I'm not as fond of the icing, the normal, like, cream cheese or just, like, thick buttercream. Or just a sugary frosting, but still. It would be a bit of a sweet bomb, wouldn't it? But hey, welcome back, Casemate. Yeah, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. You can see that a lot of her general statements, when she's not fawning over Susato, like, her movement is very smooth when she does this kind of thing. But when she was bowing in gratitude, when she's really animated in what she's saying, she moves a lot jerkier. turning out to be a relatively good day. I'm looking forward to the sequel here. First one had some really excellent cases. And I don't... Again, aside from some blunders on my part, like missing a press kind of thing, none of them had that, like, that silly kind of moment. Like, that doesn't scan. Again, though, our last game was Danganronpa 2, so the bar is low for scanning properly. How's your day been going, casemate? I try to be careful with my own sweet tooth because it can get out of control pretty quick. Oh. I mean, I guess they're, like, you're doing, like, night security at a dentist's office? Or is a night guard a term for some sort of dental procedure? Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, you mentioned that once or twice. Why, Luigi laugh? You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. Well, that can be a big thing, like, steadily sliding the teeth forward or back or realigning some things can help with, sort of how you passively align your jaw and such. Like a severe over or underbite can be, to my understanding, can mess with how you position your jaw. So I suspect there might be things like that out there. Or this could just be my complete ignorance of greater detail into dentistry or orthodontics. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. It's the I'm pleased, I think. It's that there's that common gag where you'll have the really physically fit or similar female character that still wants to present as very ladylike, but everybody's complimenting their muscles or something like that, you know? Depends on the era and the setting as to how that plays out, but it's often the character is shooting for, you know, very, very demure and slight girlish, but she comes off as kind of ripped. In her case, up until this point, we've only ever seen Susato in the, like, very pretty traditional Japanese, like, kimono kind of thing. So her in, like, full male university regalia might be jarring for her. there are all sorts of character body types that, especially in anime, don't often get explored very well. There's kind of like usually stock character templates, you know, even if the girl is supposed to be, you know, ripped and fit, she still looks like all the other ones. Not universally, though. There are definite exceptions to that. Like, Ray here really has a lot of the generic schoolgirl vibes to her, as far as anime character goes. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. Not uncommon. It tends to, you don't see a lot of body type diversity. At least as much as with female characters. Again, there are exceptions to that. And it's always interesting to see when they do. Even with male characters, though, a lot of the body type diversity tends to show up when a character is not supposed to be handsome or when they're supposed to be ugly. So, you know, a brute or a goon or criminal might have altered features, but if there's a male protagonist or the male romantic interest, they're probably gonna have the sort of either schoolboy template or the pretty man template. I can't remember what the show was, but I still found it hilarious when they had one of the gimmicks is once the detective identified who the villain was, they would sort of distort into a wild stereotype character. And one of them was the American. And his wild stereotype form was like blue jean everything, big blonde hair, and a gigantic handgun. The fact that handgun was a distinguishing feature, like knife and gun and whatnot, made me giggle in that regard. But yeah, those sort of like body type templates and such get deployed a lot. So it's always cool when they don't. Notice how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. It would be kind of interesting if you could see the tremble. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Wonder if the tutorial guy is going to be ouchy again. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside. Don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Dynamic entry. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. Yeah, she was at least as competent as Naruhodo in Great Britain, so... I feel like that's some prior experience. There's simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But, Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. Is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now. We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. And she needs to stay in Japan because of the whole likely evidence tampering charge that's likely waiting for her if she were to return. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo. Retracted typing sequence. Yep. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. Yep, it's Ouchie. Oh, and he still has his hair loose. So in the first one, he had a top knot, and it was like blown loose at the end. Now he's just got the little larval pompadour that matches what Winston Payne kind of had before he lost all his hair. Prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Yep, the mantle, the little... It's the black, almost military uniform, you know? Though with nice little lavender trim. I mean, we have a few of them, but they've largely eroded. I can imagine, but boy, it's a minefield, the number of essentially honorifics and formalisms like that. The different ways to refer to somebody as far as their relation to you both in social, professional, and professional terms, as well as almost like rank terms. Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready. It's the same darting eyes as Naruhodo. Nice. Ah, yes, Council. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaru Naruhodo. Is that correct? The main character, who may still be the main character. This might be like the Mia Fey case in one of the Phoenix Wright games. The main character is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So she seems to be posing as a family member named Ryutaro. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh, yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Council? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I'm Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Oh, this is good. Ah! It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... so, Winston Payne's gesture is that he would, the same general kind of crossed arm pose, but he would be tapping the tip of his hand, like the tip of his fingers, with open palm, against that part of his forehead. When he was younger, Winston Payne would kind of bobble his little tiny pompadour. So this is the Japanese prosecutor version of it. So instead of pain, he's ouchie. You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. I don't know, casemate. This might be just for the tutorial. I was mentioning in one of the Phoenix Wright games, you play as Mia Fey in one of her early cases. Like a couple of her early cases, I think. So I'm wondering if she is going to be the main character, or if this is just going to be happening simultaneously to what's happening over in Britain. Hello, Sky. Mess with that camera, you. Watching you. Quit that. Camera 1 often needs maintenance and cleaning because of Sky. He'll pull on it, he'll rub his face on the lens, all kinds of stuff. That's why camera 1 often looks a little foggy. Okay, country boy. How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. Won't have you making fun of her. Whoops. Her? Oh, her. Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes are very much suggest that he is not. I am so nervous. But now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. Oh, this close-up, though. Look at those eyes go. Whites all around him. This is the face of panic. A full visual of Sky right now. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. Of course, having mentioned him and having shown him, he's like, okay, I'm done with that. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. So, very similar to the first game, where there are a lot of diplomatic implications. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Yokel. Bumpkin, perhaps. A country rube. And other such derisive terms from people that are outside the city. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. Engage tutorial. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, the same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. I mean, they're calling it out like, oh, I have no experience. It's like, you taught Naruhodo everything he knows about being a lawyer on the boat ride. I mean, Kazuma cheerled him through his first defense, but the actual legal training came from Susato. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Oh, took off the cape. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Same gestures. Excellent. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. That is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. I keep having problems pronouncing judicial. Oh. Hopefully not too often, casemate. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, use E to open the court record. Okay, they're using a different highlighting scheme. This is in bold and kind of gold. I I don't think they used that in the last one. Need to flip to the people section. I don't think we could explicitly go to the people section in the prior one either. Don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. I'm waiting, Counsel. What is the name of the victim? So, let's just double check here. Yep. So, I was wondering, like, we were speculating on what her name was a pun for, but supposedly it's a name, it's meant to be a play on the gun or bullet that originally injured Dr. Watson in the Sherlock Holmes stories. Which, thinking on it, I've heard Gisele's used as a type of firearm, I think. So interesting, since she was the one that killed the Dr. Wilson, the Watson analog here. And now she dead. Yes. Same gesture. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Gisele Brett. Gisele Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. She wasn't convicted, but there was enough to essentially bring charges against her. But after, like, a private talk with the judge, she just sort of vanished. I've only heard the term Gisele in terms of Warhammer Fantasy settings with the Skaven Gisele teams. Like, two-person, long, like, very long rifle teams. Skaven are one of my favorite groups in the Warhammer setting. Being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our Empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. This time it's in orange. Maybe when they just said court record, it was to refer to a menu or a mechanic, but now they were just referring to it as an actual, like, the court record. Like, the thing. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Gisele Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of... Yes, yes. Is the group... I think it's Clan Skyrer or something like that. The, kind of the engineers. I was... before they had actual updated Plague Marine models in 40k. Really nice updated Plague Marine models. But before that, I used, let's see, a combination of Plague Marine oriented, like, helmets and shoulder pads Forge World kind of stuff, with combinations of Age of Sigmar Blight Kings, these big kind of hulking Nurgle champions, and Skaven, like the Techno Rat Ogre weaponry. So the big crystals and tubes and such. But I love the look of their tech. How it's advanced technology based on a completely foreign stuff. The whole warp stone and similar, how they have a different basis for their energy generation. It's my favorite part of the hobby. I'm not actually terribly fond of the actual tabletop game because it's really it's very meta oriented, and I only like narrative oriented. But as far as the actual hobby, I like the model assembly or creation and painting. Let's see. My favorite piece is made of, let's see here. I think 6 or more different kits. Let's see. It was a Mechanicus Dune Crawler, the chest piece of a Space Marine Centurion, even more kits, the some of the arm weaponry from a Orcish Dreadnought. I can't remember what they are, but it's the ones that are bigger than... I think they were Killicans, but they might have been like a Goth Dread or something like that. The sensor from a Skaven Plague Bell, parts from Chaos Spawn, all kinds of different pieces to create this big sort of like mecha demon. It was fun. I've got I haven't finished it. It's been kind of like lurking in the background as a project I really should deal with. But I got an Earthshaker cannon. Or like a Quake cannon. It's this ridiculous giant Imperial fortification gun that I combined with a Chaos Fortress from Age of Sigmar. To make it look like some sort of like demon cannon. But I love doing that kind of thing. And it resulted in a lot of armies or like sets of figures that aren't conducive to actually playing the tabletop game. Because a lot of my troops are like terribly off meta. But I prefer that they look cool. Quick break, and then I will be right back. Getting settled back in. But yeah. I really preferred the model creation and painting process. Uh, I experimented with the newer contrast or speed paint concepts, and while I feel like they're somewhat useful, you do lose unless you start getting really fancy. um, you lose a lot of opportunities for detail work. Like, I never got as far as stuff like wet blending and object source lighting. I generally worked with different layering and ink usage. But folks, if you're wondering what we're talking about, there is a tabletop miniature set of games, Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000, high fantasy and grimdark sci-fi, respectively. That there's a tabletop game, there's just the assembly of models, that kind of thing. It's fun. Recent-ish incidents in my life have greatly soured me to the brand. Not related to actions of the brand, but to other circumstances. Correlation, association kind of things. But I still find the concept fun. If I ever really learn to properly use a 3D printer, I may revisit stuff. I would like to do maybe some model painting streams. Could be fun. But I'd have to get, the resources together. I don't want to spend on Citadel prices, because Citadel models be pricey. I've still got a surplus of pieces from the day, but I don't necessarily think enough to actually run with, But yeah. Alright, back to the game. Okay. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of... I like these choices. A victim. Queen Victoria. Or a killer. We know it was a killer without looking.
Yes!
Thump. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. I wonder if we're going to pursue that part of the narrative. The fact that Dr. Wilson was killed. Iris, the compatriot of Herlock Sholmes, is his daughter, and she doesn't seem to be aware of what happened to her father, only that he traveled a lot and he hasn't come back. Susato and Ryunosuke know exactly what happened to him. He dead. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. It was a British national was killed on Japanese soil, and there were the diplomatic concerns of If it was one of their own people, the Japanese were going to come down on them like a hammer to make it look like they were being really serious about the treaty. And when the initial proposal that it was Giselle was put forward during the case, there was some real resistance with the idea that they were worried that it would look like to the British that the Japanese were just throwing another British national under the bus instead of taking their, actually punishing their own. It was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba? Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. Like, closed-door military tribunal. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. When we saw the still frame of her dead, seemingly stabbed super bad in the back, even the swan on her hat looked like it was sprawled out dead, not just like laying on its side. We did get to see that that is a living creature or some sort of swan golem on her hat. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was settled upon only last week. Wow, that took a while. Like they referred to it 9 months ago. Great deal of negotiation. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. Clack. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Yeah, that does look really bad. That's got a "we won't let you escape justice" kind of vibe to it. Our justice. Only the day before, tabloids would have a field day with that kind of thing. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. As is your wish, Your Excellency. They have him behave wildly old school. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea, the incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. Oof. See, even the swan is dead. An injury which proved fatal. One would think so. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, clack, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Pause. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. Their use of sentences and words arranged in a sequence draws great suspicion upon them and their motives. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about powerful motive. Thump. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mbani, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Miko Toba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Miko Toba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Still feels very loose, you know. Your teacher was murdered, so you set out over the course of this many months to kill her in revenge. The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Clack. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Well, see, that's not going to help your defense. Maybe tone down the hatred part. Perhaps don't follow this up with the, I had an insatiable thirst for revenge. Exactly, casemate. Right along the lines of Dr. Mrs. the Girlfriend. No, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. Ah. Yes, ah. perhaps consider the implications of your fervent statements. Clack. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. Must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... Membani. Yes, what is it? Naruhodo? Really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaru Suzato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot when with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. Black. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know... Yeah, it's... The pick up on is really awkward phrasing. It feels like a translation hiccup. The following day would see Miss Brett extradited to British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right, we need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? Definitely some bias with him, huh? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly my is it modernity? I gotta look it up, because I feel silly saying it wrong. Modernity. Okay, yeah. Kinda like maternity, but not. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's... No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Huh? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. Whack. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. Yeah. Conspiracy. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it would seem we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said, don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. Gavel. Very ornate gavel. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yeah, there's a very noticeable gap right behind the stool, which presumably she was sitting on. Like, very, very noticeable gap. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Given how dramatic she was when she was cornered in court, I feel like she had to have a dramatic, like, stand up, swirl around, fainting couch, drop to the floor, you know? Really make a show of it. As I understand it, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Yes, Your Excellency. Naturally, the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove that the accused appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime, and damning evidence. Was it the last works that I encountered from Christopher Lee? Post, like, Lord of the Rings and the like. Was where he did narration for some Rhapsody of Fire music tracks. And he had a, like, spoken sung series of audio for something called Charlemagne. Like about Charlemagne. He had a good speaking voice. Witnesses, but who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. Are we going to see Japanese gumshoe? I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. One of the running elements of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games is that almost the way that the back and forth between the prosecution and the defense is treated as an actual like physical altercation almost, where decisive statements and the like really emphatic statements seem to have a tangible impact on the other people, and they accompany it with like the sounds of slashing and stabbing, you know. Very well then, counsel, bring forth your witnesses. Pause. I, Takatsuchi Ouchi. Takasuchi. Yep. I had speculated that this is Take Such an Ouchi. I've been waiting for this moment. Just like, winced in pain. Sorry. Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy humiliated me. Yep, top knot. Yes. Black. This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh, I forgot about that. Chopped his top knot off. One would assume that having a prosecutor openly state that they seek revenge against the defense counsel's family would be a conflict of interest. But in the universe that Phoenix Wright lands in, the prosecution gets to do whatever it wants. Tamper with evidence? That's fine. Hide evidence? Also good. Coach witnesses to lie? That's fine. Coach witnesses to lie repeatedly? Also okay. Seems like it's a worldwide issue there, casemate. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. So, is he saying that it would be good for the nation if somebody were to just go to town on his head? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Like, the scientific community should present themselves with bats. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. Start of your own mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence? Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. His larval pompadour. Observe the ouchy growth. It's like he's describing a tumor. I mean, it kind of has that look. You see? You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. Oh. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence. Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. Clack. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each have much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. All right, who do we got? That's the detective from the first game. Oh, and the poet. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. It's like he tied a turtle to his head. And I, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. I like the furiously scribbling journalist who also has the classic ink stain on the side of their hand. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? They gave Natsume the kind of twitching, frightened personality that might line up there. He's like Poe, but without access to drugs and alcohol. It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yes. Yeah, what kind of creature would Poe have been without access or opportunity to abuse substances? I suspect potentially a short-lived creature. Or shorter-lived creature? What on earth is Soseki doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget about him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so since it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. So he seems to be wearing a very old-timey bathing suit. Then he's got the turtle tied to his head. I wonder if the gimmick is supposed to be that he was submerging himself in an effort to look just as a turtle floating in the water. I can't tell if it's supposed to be a cartoon turtle or not. Unfortunately, it's cut off by the screen chrome. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? Is he still suffering from the consumption? We'll have to see. I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University. Huh. I was unaware, casemate. The seagull hat to in 007. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba. Ah. I'm unaware of the seagull hat from 007 in any event. Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. It's nice to see that Soseki hasn't lost his predilection for overdramatic consonants. Ah. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Calling her provincial and struggling student. Whenever he referred to Naruhodo, he said locum student, as transfer student. Traveling student, Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Oh, yeah, he still has the consumption. But unfortunately, I am at peak physical... But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... I am able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Bleeding from the mouth. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Still fun after all this time. Very well. I must ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Twitch, 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 twitch. The witnessed scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I feel like stabbed wildly is kind of, definitely wrong based on the report. I saw blood in the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses were here present. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. Here present. Oof. That's, actually a way to say it, but... the very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes. That was it. Damning evidence. What have you here, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. Huh? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Mimbani. The initials of the defendant. All of Naruhodo's gestures. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me. Oh yeah, the persona. Yes. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryutaru, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. All right, slightly different layout of the oppositional markers here, but I wonder if that's because it's taking place in Japan. When it was over in Great Britain, they were almost like horizontally aligned stained glass windows, giving a look of swords. So I guess that actually lines up, because the Japanese ones are almost like paper screen or similar pattern, but a single-edged blade in design.
Hold it!
And that jaunty disguise... jaunty. That's a way to describe it. That is certainly true. Jaunty. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. It's my favorite one. It's the highest of fashion. Everybody aspires to have a bathing onesie this day and age. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of the detective's job. What kind of crowd was this? It is. It is. He was hiding in the water. Ah, a flawless disguise. Perfect camouflage. No one would suspect the turtle. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Or something the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describe things so. Soseki wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I de-crabbed and beetled off hut-wise. By pair, you don't mean to say, but how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray Mambami. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish. It really is. This is very akin to the Mia Fey in the past trials. Just in the reverse here, where instead of Ouchie having more hair in this setting, he has he has simultaneously less and more hair, and that he lost his hair in the prior one and is now shown with additional hair visible. So now he is tapping the would-be pompadour with the fan, just like how young Winston Payne bobbled the pompadour with his hand instead of his forehead. Really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight, a really grisly scene. I parted the Norrin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Hack, cough, choke. Even the turtle seemed a little taken aback by that little fit. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. Doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? Ah, you'd like a literary man's opinion?
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Oh, I especially like the terrapin inspector. Eek. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That is my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. Wonder if I might interject here, Soseki. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe. Twitch, twitch. Ah, so do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? Okay, that is much more his behavior in Britain. Both eyes, like an asynchronous tick of the same kind in both eyes, the eyebrow twitching, fidgeting with the mustache, looking behind him. All of the physical cues that the man is concerned of something. No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream. Hence, my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear. How awkward. Saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood. When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. This is the classic, they saw her pulling the blade out. That's right, I saw it too. Oh. I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right, I saw it too. The victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right, I saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. And mock him all I want when he hides beneath his turtle. No, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that the witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. Are you casting doubt on eyewitness testimony, sir? For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even. A delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth. And there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use E to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. Yeah, they use bold gold when they're referring to an actual action on the UI. As opposed to something the character is actually saying. Like, if they're describing game mechanics, they use the gold text. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. It's all about inconsistencies. Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with R, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. Yes. All right then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. Hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have a witness repeat their statement as many times as you like. Except for the last one, which is a pain in the butt to have them repeat. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember. So these wide eyes are quite forgivable. Those wide eyes. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. This. The save. Great Ace Attorney 2. Interesting. We'll just use the first. Should just be able to use the top slot, actually. I shall endeavor to remember.
Objection!
Kind of like her voice. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma and Naruhodo have stood there on this bench, you can see Sama and San, those honorifics we were discussing earlier, casemate. The very different relationships presented in those terms. The stakes have been very, very high indeed. What is the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, how? I also appreciate that we don't have to consider the apparent gender of furniture when we are discussing it. So that you have to know which sort of verbs and like the phrasing of them that follow it, given that it is a like whether a chair is female or male. You know. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. Well, I wonder what the terminology you really should use in that case, since gender is a term indicating presentation, like social presentation, and sex being biology, but an object doesn't have biology. Though in this case, maybe we would assert the biology, since it's limited to the gender binary and to the sexual binary, or the societal sexual. It's very confusing. I don't want my chairs to have those terms. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. Huh? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states, I wonder if she will use that gesture, but when Suzato was looking at stuff, it would always be in her little blue book. When Ryunosuke is looking at stuff, he's shuffling papers. I wonder if she'll do the shuffle papers gesture at some point, too. That the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah. In other words, Inspector Hosunaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san, me? You claim to have seen Membani-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Okay, based on this, it is likely that you could have opposed either piece of testimony with the same evidence. Yes, I did. Wildly. Both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way that there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. And what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Get on with it. Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. That what Soseki in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Attention!
Oh well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene, much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. Whack. And it was at that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. It is an assertion. But Susato has created an alternate scenario. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Well, no, and the inspector's assessment of the scene was false. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. The judge is accurate. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started. Huh? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? With a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does Father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, Counsel. The truth is, I don't really know, but I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could stab her again! Hide the knife! Well, if we put any of the others, then it's very suspect. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she could have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The last dying breath. BS that always gets trotted out. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membani was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge. Hopeful has a modicum. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. Our young yokel hopeful. Ah, tricky. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Gavel. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Hopefully this time. Forensic Medicine Primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. So, in the opening animation, that always gives you some additional insight into what actually went down. Part of the animation was the knife falling to the ground. So it's possible that the stabbing happened, and then the knife was either tossed into the room or the knife was pulled loose as she fell. And that it wasn't that she was extracting it from the wound, it's that she picked it up. What you just said true, Inspector. Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Whack. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. I myself have stabbed numerous people and know not to remove the knife unless I want them to bleed out. That's why I carry many, many knives, so if I want to stab somebody lots of times, I just stick them full like a pincushion. Then they won't bleed out. Hey there, Tass. Welcome. We are in the first trial of the second game, and this time we're playing as Susato, who is masquerading as a male student so that she can act as a defense attorney in the Japanese court. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true, what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Would she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Susato. Yes? Pull yourself together. Maybe don't say her actual name out loud in the courtroom like that. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Gavel. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issues with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
You're saying doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean if you use due care and attention it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ryutaru is very cool. I kind of think the uniform suits Susato. Especially when she had the full cape on. I also like getting to hear Susato's voice. Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Ray Mambani, does not possess an ounce of sense. Oh. I've known her all my life. She is so very dense. She definitely wouldn't know not to do this. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. I thought it was better than labeling her a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. Lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. I forgot how the judge had this very threatening gesture in the Japanese courtroom. Exactly, casemate. She can't possibly have done it. She's way too stupid to pull it off. Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Mbani would certainly have been aware of it.
Hold it!
Also find it fun how, despite the fact that she's supposed to be wearing the standard uniform for the university, her version of the boys' university outfit has this nice lavender and purple trim instead of the red, which I like better. I'm fond of some purple myself. But the defendant had suddenly encountered something she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to somebody. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Take that! Dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now that that should cover the medical side of the argument?
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membani's nature to do something so awful. I'm still surprised that this man has survived this long. He's apparently been in such a health state that he is regularly spitting up blood. Even if it's just like a little teaspoon of blood every time, like, he's constantly doing that. And he's been doing it apparently for 9 months. Because I refuse to believe that this is just oh yeah, it started happening again just for this trial, you know? That's right. Sheer force of will is keeping this man alive. He may be spitting up blood constantly. His lungs are a twisted wreck, but by sheer mental fortitude, he holds them together. She had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Gavel. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive. She was in many ways the sworn enemy of the defendant.
Hold it!
Oh yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membani's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Hello, Sammy. Hello. Sammy gets some back scratches here. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with the opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. It's hopeless. I can't find a single crack in his testimony anywhere. Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Let's look at our evidence here. How I think this went down is she was sitting in that and somebody stabbed her through the wall there. There's that really, really obvious slit in the wall in the back. Okay, so it shows him with a cat. His original cat, a calico, very much like this one, Wagahai, was left in Iris Wilson's care. He appears to have acquired another one. I don't know why there's this scratch or rip there. It doesn't look like it's meant to be part of the picture. Huh. Cat. Kitty. Single deep wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Susato, it's at times like this that it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals. Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail. Ah, I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Alright, let's look at that again. Yeah, we've done this. To think of it, Kazuma and Naruhodo were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. I do like this mechanic, though, where you can actually look at the evidence. It avoids some of the really silly sudden reveals in some of the Phoenix Wright cases where they're like, oh no, we had no idea this evidence was on the back of the piece of paper. How could we have known until now? Look in your eyes, I see it coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. Some sort of emblem here. Look. Yeah, like, let's see here. I don't have a separate screen, but I really like her outfit in this still. The high collar, the mantle, the trim color. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Rei. RM initials are very clearly engraved here. The fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt of this, that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Take off the pen's lid. Let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. You fill it by drawing the ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong? Just that there doesn't appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. A lot of details on the pen this time. I think we've exhausted that. Oh, okay. I could not look at this the same way. Like, I couldn't rotate this around previously. Which screams that this is the piece of evidence. Newspaper from Soseki. Seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume University Medical Research Laboratory. This was the same way that she stole poison previously. She used it on Wilson. He didn't die from the gunshot. He died from a really gruesome paralytic. The line of it was that it would be like all of your muscles would start to shut down. That it was supposed to be excruciating in the last moments. To the extent where at one point when the hot steak was brought out, his arm fell across the plate and just scorched the emblem on the hot plate onto his arm, and there was no additional scream or anything. Isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen. It's this morning's paper that Soseki gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as this is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. After the debate, she came out and said, let's all go to the beach. And when they contacted the Japanese government, they said, yes, let her. So This kind of screams she stole the poison and then moved to leave the scene in company. And the smallest amount entering the body, either via mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of the symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Her pupils are meant to indicate that she was poisoned with this stuff. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Yeah, she stole it in the pen. But how it got onto the knife and into her back is the question. Okay, I think there's no good reason. Because if we present the concept of the poison, then that could be a good reason, is to get the remainder of the poison out. But that's tenuous. But perhaps.
Objection!
Yep. Excellent. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. Huh? The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Clack. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? Oh. And sorry, I didn't mention it earlier, but welcome back, Nero. Welcome to the stream. Hope your day has been going well. It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume Unit. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Gavel. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the article mentioned, what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Of course. Thank you. They would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason that he didn't hear about it was that it was right after the debate he had with Soseki. And immediately after that, everybody else went to the beach. So Ray didn't have an opportunity, potentially wasn't present to know that the theft had happened, and then was immediately removed from the scene where she might have found out further. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article, where it says, once again, might be deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is... Point! It was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. Oh Oh, I like the spin on the defense on the attack theme here. This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Whack. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking... Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. I don't get it. Is that a saying? No immediate reference detected by a brief search. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. I mean, I feel like that was intentional, the weasel's last fart. But I don't get why he would say that at all. Like, is that a reference or a saying? We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? Well, I did suspect the stolen poison was involved. You want grounds? I'll give you grounds. Huh? You can't possibly. Gavel. From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. That case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper? It's going to be the post-mortem. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Kick him while he's down. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Huh? If the dependent, if the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie. I think you'll agree this is very compelling evidence. You, yokel student and yokel professor. Yokel. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Eugen Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. So, the next place the prosecution is going to go is that Ray took the poison in order to, make doubly sure that she killed Giselle. That this doesn't disprove the fact that she could have stabbed her, just that there is a plausible reason that she would have removed the knife. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. You mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of state-secret research from his own workplace. Secret state, but, until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. Clack. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. It's a common school teacher discipline issue. Is making properly sure that your students don't run around committing homicide all willy-nilly. You have to make sure that they do it on sanctioned school trips. You gotta be there to properly supervise when your students start stabbing folks. Make sure they're using proper form. You don't want them to strain their wrists or something. That's totally unfounded. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray, please stop incriminating yourself. Bonnie, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. Huh? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief, you don't mean? Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman. Okay, this is gonna spin the accusation back at her. Because now it's, she stole from your lab and you were concerned, so you killed her to take it back, and so nobody would know, you know. Miss Giselle? That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eye they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body: on the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you. Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now. It's more interesting when it's in the British court, because then you can actually see the balance.
Objection!
The blazing scales of justice. Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami, if that is the case, perhaps you should explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer, because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim, motivated by revenge. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. I've just been hiding it until now. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. We will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, prosecutor. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. Huh? I'd imagine there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. What the... Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. I mean, this is as described. She pulled the knife out. This evidence, more so than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. Did they have rapid-firing cameras at this time period? Be like pre-1940s? I mean, even if it was a relatively swift exposure, you know, one of the... You'd still expect there'd be like a big old flashbulb or powder blast or something. Hey there, Levi. Welcome. We're discussing camera history. Speculating as to how they managed to get this shot of her mid-stab. Well, supposedly mid-stab. Shows the precise moment that Membami plunged her dagger into the victim's back. That's not true, no. I don't believe it. Seriously, this doesn't contradict your assertion. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. Susato breaking character a second time. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. For those joining late, that is Susato from the prior game, the judicial assistant who is normally in very pretty Japanese dresses. She is masquerading as a man, since that's the only way that she would be allowed in the courtroom as a defense attorney. She is posing as Ryutaru Naruhodo, a cousin of Ryunosuke, the lead from the first game. It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. Gavel. Court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. I believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. Such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. It doesn't change anything. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Right. Black. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Oh. It's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. That's why he was hesitant to bring it up. Whoever it is that took that photo was positioned to take a picture at exactly that moment. And based on what we were thinking, positioned with a camera that wouldn't be super fast. Additionally, you'd think that there would have been a flash to get the picture at all. Which, it's surprising that she didn't notice being flashbanged at that range. Uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. So we are to understand, then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, thump, you nevertheless believe it is fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court. When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. Black. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Okay, thank you, we've gotten to this. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Black, don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. No! I mean, this is reasonable to point out that they're not getting it, you know? But it could be her pulling the knife out, and there's nobody present. Like, nobody can testify as to what happened at that moment. If the photographer were present, they could say, yeah, look, I have proof of when she stabbed them. But they don't have that witness. So the defense's claim, the defendant and the defense's claim that it could be when she pulled the knife out should be considered entirely valid. Oh no. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. I have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takasuchi Ouchi in the court of law. I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Oh, counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is... I need to save the game first. So one possibility is Soseki's stalking photographer here. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. Bump. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. Huh? You can't possibly. Whack. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. Oh, utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you could thump? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. Huh? Oh, let's wait a minute. Right there. Crack in the lens. This is a crack in the lens. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki, isn't it? See? Same pattern. Whoever took this picture took the picture on the beach. Or at least, whatever camera this is was used to take the picture on the beach. But it's going to be whoever did. Because surely they didn't, hand the camera around. Looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt.
Take that!
What's that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens. What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably. A smudge on the lens. The branches of a tree or the like. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory in the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, Good gracious. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too.
Attention!
Well, that tells us nothing. Whack. Ah, yes. It's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Various matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. That the scratched lens caused unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. Thump. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. Be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah! That's right. Point. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime, or at least that author's photographer. I didn't get that word. I see why you're called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many memo, I tell you. Many memo. Many memo. Oh, wow. Fully dramatic shots there. Just noticed, but Sherbet is extra cozy right now. Hind legs are propped up on the little stairway there. Many memo. So Seki, what was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. Yeah, the guy that keeps popping up behind him. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Ah, I was hoping we would be able to see the scratch in the lens. But we can't. That same reporter B. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Many Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo, yes. My lord, your excellency is squire. Gavel, officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. Seize that man! Per a prior discussion, bring him to my courtroom kind of things are very much a bring him before me kind of statement. I don't think there's any sort of circumstance where bring them before me or bring them to my courtroom is really going to turn out well for the person in question. adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. We will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. Oh, the build-up to that meh. Oof. Okay, no, that was him building up to many memo. And a concussion, apparently. To be continued. We are going to take a quick break once I save it, and then we will be right back. Okay, be right back, folks. Just a moment. And we're back. Okay, how about... I laid down a little extra kibble for the kitties. Since we're going to be continuing here. Which means Mason and Sherbet ran over. Both of them like a little kibble. I'm so sorry, Susato. Should have told you about the toxin. Yes, you very much should have. Pray. You have a strong sense of responsibility. I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. That you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. I especially remember you keep looking at me like that. Yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. Okay. The way that she's been looking at Susato casts her request in an entirely different light. Like, she's not requesting for punishment for the purposes of atonement. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. She has very particular predilections. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Oh, you're into that too. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by your side and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. The fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut. She was totally stabbed through the wall. Listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? Oh, but it could be a different group. It could be another party. So, the pen that she's clutching, how did she get it? You know, because it's very probably not Ray's. The fact that we haven't asked her about that immediately would be kind of useful. Like, is this your pen? A moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing to the floor in front of me, knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. Great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened, in whatever really went by on the sea that day, went on by the sea, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. I suspect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. mix of 7 different poisons and toxins. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the poison. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Special indicator solution for a new poison, under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. We're going to be able to use that on the fountain pen. We'll be able to suck a little of it up into the reservoir and reveal that the poison was in the reservoir. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume University Medical Research Laboratory. I think the idea that Giselle stole it is a fake out. That it was actually like this reporter or something like it. Tagging along with the author in order to get to the laboratory for this this particular debate when he would have time to get in there and steal the poison. Now, I don't know the motivation for that, but we'll see. The idea that he was kind of lying in wait in that hut with the camera feels off. Wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. Is all the Englishwoman's doing? Huh? It was when the professor and Soseki were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then Soseki knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin, too. This mini memo. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. This guy has bageled up there. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. The defense attorney, Ryutaru Naruhodo. Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Mutter, mutter, mutter. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membani. Membami. Keep saying it Membani, like with an N. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? Why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by a rickshaw so that it would be there in good time. Judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, whack! There's no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. Huh? Are you sure about that? It's irrelevant. If she was showing symptoms of the toxin and the girl reacted accordingly, then it still lines up with their hypothesis of the series of events. No poison on the blade just means no poison on the blade. Let's stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier. No, it hasn't. It's been utterly destroyed. The coroner reported symptoms that related to the poison. Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Gavel. Bring in the witness. The judge is being needlessly obtuse in this one. The fact that the prosecution is making assertions that kind of trample over a way that you could interpret the evidence, saying that it's like, oh, their assertion is now gone, when no, it's still there. You haven't changed anything. No traces of poison on the knife, but if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Via mouth or via the wound in the poison-laced blade? Did she get it in her mouth? Oh, yeah, and we can see that she could have gotten it in her mouth. Wine glass. They made it very clear during the opening animation that she dropped the wine glass. So, pen used to drip the poison into the glass. Then she drinks it. She's now poisoned. Now, why the stabbing? Good question. But we'll see. Could the poison have entered the victim's body? Very, like 70s, early 80s era anime character look. Got kind of a Lupin the Third art style vibe to him. The sort of mutton chops with like the swoops to spikes kind of thing. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Even the hair. Oh. Writing Many memos. Write-in many memo of the show you news. Okay, full pun name. That's definitely the joke. And what the people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so that they're in print in the next morning. Oh, look at the emblem on his armband. That's the same emblem on the on the pen, and he has the same initials as what's on the pen. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. It was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Brace yourselves, people. Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in the Supreme Court. Readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. A lot of newspaper terminology there. Above the fold, I get. Not as clear on 5-leg format. Maybe he's saying like 5 columns? I mean, clearly this is a rapid snap camera, so no flash on it, but he can clearly take lots and lots and lots of pictures really quick. Like ye olde Polaroid? Or a film roll on it? Sorry there, Sherbet. His music is fun. Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaru Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose? Ryutaru has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. You're clearly lying. Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've got to be fast. That emblem is the same one on the bottom of the pen. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism. Many-memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met the day you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right, that was me. Many-memo again. You were supposed to be going back to the Show You news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. The gesture he uses with that pencil is also more akin to what you might be doing with a pen. Spret's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are Jeez. There are complex political issues at play. Huh. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right? Here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. He's going to run out of pencils. He's clearly not using the one over his ear. Yeah, he's got an ink stain on his hand. They're trying to emphasize he doesn't always use a pencil. At some point it's going to come up, that can't possibly be my pen. I never use pens. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. If I was better at voice work, he really needs like a transatlantic accent. Also in that fast-talking kind of old newsreel kind of format. That's why I decided to sneak after them. Get the woman's story so that I can hammer her in the press. You mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph, the way he referred to the judiciary and how they were treating her, gives him like an ideological motive. Yeah. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes, from start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Gavel. Thank you, Memo. You will now give formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps to see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. Pulled apart the rogue weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. Yep, right around the edge. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. It was a breeze for me to poke my camera through to see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for a time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it, the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many-memoism. Many-memoism in a nutshell. Gavel. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. Pause. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Gavel. Very well then, counsel, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. I hope not. Those suspenders are going to wreck it if he is. Like, if they have enough tension to snap when he does that, from that distance, he's leaving welts. He keeps doing that, we're going to start seeing blood leak out from behind those suspenders. At the very least, from behind the little length control strap things, little metal bands. The technical term for them, of course. The camera never lies.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry. To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman. It's all news. That's not even many-memoism. It's basic journalism. Only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? Sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut. Yep, she was raging like my journo spirit. The argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. Student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her any more, there would have been eggs. I don't get it. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, yep.
Hold it!
You swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place. The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I've here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed? Pause. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. Kind of fun. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. The accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. My turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. And the next moment, as I was watching, he had to be over here. The evil student girl entered the hut. For a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way, and in a flash plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. By the way, many memo. Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. Reason for being or something like that. I know the first part is reason. Or I can't, like, motivation kind of thing. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. What are you? Gavel. Oh, grant the defense's request. Many memo, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Nihilism being a foundation for your whole philosophy as a journalist seems kind of questionable. Never once set foot nor spoke to the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already. I see, you were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. Really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. Ah. The sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. No, that's most of what's in that memo pad. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem that he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. I'm going to try to present the pen here.
Objection!
Many memo. Until now, I've had a firm belief that the newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie. Ah. Which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Many memo, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah. This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Mbami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No. Write-in many memo, RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. Yup. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. And again, the gesture of tapping it on his tongue. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Many memo. Is it not the case that before she died, point, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut? Why would we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh? And there's no need, anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. On this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Bump. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Many Memo. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM, or in modern terms, somebody who went to a Show You News convention and got a swag bag. Now, why they would issue all of their, their hand-em-out pens with RM on them, I don't know, but, maybe there was a manufacturing mistake. Maybe they wanted something special instead of initials, and they had a memo at the bottom, and they just wrote "read memo," and the people were like, "Oh, RM." Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Thump. Well, mini memo, how do you respond? No. Gavel, gavel. Explain yourself, witness. Laugh, laugh, laugh. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. All right then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before? When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. Sherbet has joined Sky on the bed. I set up that pile of blankets as well right next to the pillow, so that there would be another spot for them to lay down. The bed, at least 50%, belongs to the cats. You'll testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes. All right. But on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki. Soseki? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. Huh? What? Okay, this is going to be where he tries to throw Soseki under the bus. Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Gavel. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officers, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki, hiding something. Soseki's not a man that seems really fully capable of subterfuge. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim... Whack. The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. I did pose the withering English it rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Maybe that's why he left the pen behind, especially his whole dab his tongue with what he's writing with thing. I asked the Englishwoman. Yep.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. It's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. That told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. That's the best way. Veteran at the paper taught me that. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witness come running. Thinking. Yeah, we're gonna run long. I just noticed that we were already running long, so we're gonna keep running long. Very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any many memoists will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Yeah, I think stabbing her once she was sitting at the back created an alternate course of events. It would conceal the poisoning from casual investigation. And since the stabbing happened while the other person was in the room, it also creates another possible culprit. And then he runs back around after the stabbing happens, pulls the reeds apart with the camera, and watches the reaction of the other party. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse. And Soseki remained behind in the hut. That's right, yup. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars, they'll be coming for me, surely. Oh. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Whack. Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant lean over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Thump. But what did you ask her, Soseki? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... Gavel? When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. Asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. Oh. So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. Nice saying. I've been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain. I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and mustache, because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Soseki has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. I liked how over the course of a trial, it went from, like, stooped to hunchbacked, all the way through, that he went from just being an odd little man to being some sort of little gremlin. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer Man? Huh? Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
She pointed back into the room, at the back wall. Sprat pointed a finger at the defendant? So, Seki, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student standing on the far side of her. Yeah, she pointed this way. You can hardly see the mouse, but it's whirling over here by the chair. She pointed this way, where there's that slit in the screen. Sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, "Who did this to you?" the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. So, Seki, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. Sneezing. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Black. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I'm inclined to agree, and in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No! The headline's writing itself. Dashing Lawyers hopes dash 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But, that's impossible. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learnt thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. Antechamber is a really fancy way of saying reed hut on the side of the beach. Single room, reed hut. It's kind of hard to have an antechamber when it's the only chamber in the place. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. Sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. Then, moments later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. Gavel. I take it then the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. It's a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim?
Objection!
Thump. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? None exists. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. Huh? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Gavel. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaru Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Just in case it's kind of fiddly. In the last trial in the first game, there was a moment where it said, where was the victim when he was shot? And it wanted you to place him in the storeroom, through the doorway. But the way they had described it, he was running when he was shot. I presumed he was shot before he got in the door. Because the reason that they said the bullet traveled in an upward diagonal trajectory was that he was tilted forward while running. If he was tilted forward while running, where they thought he dropped straight down in the storeroom, he would have kept moving and slammed into the shelves. But anyway.
Take that!
Naruhodo would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? And the photographer demonstrated how this was possible in his testimony. Gabble, gabble, gabble. But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, whack, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Thump. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. Huh? And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing, you yokel. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You'll need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut. I think it's the first crime scene photo, but... yeah.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Please fill us in. Where in this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Boop. Little slit in the back of the hut wall. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. Thump. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Ah. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Point. Write in many memos, Sam. It could only have been you. Yeah? No.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett, but she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. I like how not only did they take her to the beach as like a little excursion, they brought like a whole furniture set for her. Like tablecloth, tea set, stool with pad. Like the suitcase I get, but the whole dress stand. Though I guess this is supposed to be her beachwear there. That makes sense. That makes some more sense. You know, like she put her dress on the stand there. But dress stand, coat rack, all of that stuff. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who is sitting on that stool. My word. So in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Ah. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Membami-san, before her appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Alright, we should get the counterattack moment soon. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is Absurd. Gavel, gavel, gavel. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I won. Yay. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. Gavel. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering... Yep, here we go. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? I mean, there is an awful lot of chin on this guy, so his mouth may have extended under the brim. Preventing any hat muffling of his speech. Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Yep. The counterattack moment. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. The poison. Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison. Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It has been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Ah. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. I mean, it apparently took her minutes to die, so... there's still time if it's, if it was fast-acting stuff. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back, and with whose blade. Black. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During our these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side... the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving... that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Said the guy who lied about seeing the stabbing. It's everything that this witness says is now very suspect, because he asserted a series of events that he did not see. So why did he do that? But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. What do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, it's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? You capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you are the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. I mean, there are so many other possibilities that they're just actively ignoring now. The idea, casemate, that you mentioned that she may have killed herself to still trigger the international incident. That maybe, like, her extradition would have been, we have to cut you loose as an agent if you can't accomplish your mission. So it'll be worse for you if you can't solve the problem before you're extradited. And this was her last desperate move. This is also a possibility, but I feel like they're going to present something that is as equally probable, and they're all going to say, oh, well, clearly that's the only explanation. Claim it to be impossible, yep. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. I'm not about to start now, because that's many memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. I mean, the actual course of events, as I think it is whether he entered the tent directly or not. He used the pen to hide the poison. And then he used that same pen to get the poison into her carbonated water or similar. Then once she drank it, he waits until either he can see someone approach, or just stabs her very quickly. And goes around and waits to take the picture. I think he waited until somebody came in shortly after and saw it as a convenient moment to divert attention. So he stabs her and then goes to take the picture. So we get a nice convoluted, twisty plot. But I think a large portion of our complaints comes down to the fact that the Ace Attorney world, both Phoenix Wright in these series of games, there is very little presumption of innocence. It's not like a reasonable doubt counters it. Is you have to have compelling, near absolute evidence that it was somebody else. Ideally, like, you have to actually point out the actual culprit, like positively identify them and prove that it was them in court to negate an accusation that a prosecutor brings. So it wildly favors the accusers. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. So where is this trial going to take us? Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that's that very fact that proved... And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? Exactly. It's like a manufacturing system. You just set the defendant on a conveyor belt, they go through, prosecutor shouts some evidence at them, defense attorney helplessly flails, they roll through the courtroom, right out into the execution field. Very efficient. No fuss, no muss. Heck, I mean, if you have the right execution method, the conveyor could keep going into, like, a pit or a wood chipper, perhaps. Maybe a giant bonfire. Maybe a brick factory past that. I mean, you could have a whole system in place. This is true. This is true. If the defense actually manages to point out a different culprit, especially if they're already a witness and present, you just swap the defendant for the other person, and they continue down the conveyor. See, it all works out. Our nice little courtroom / slaughterhouse simile here. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. But this whole argument is she died from the poison. It's she possibly died from the poison. But as far as the coroner was concerned, she died from hemorrhaging. So they know that she had the poison in her system, but we're talking about a race condition here. Did she bleed out, or did she die of the poison first? It feels like that's kind of a wash at that point. You can't prove that the student poisoned her. Her only involvement in the case is based on witness testimony that she had her hands on the knife. But they've shown that she didn't do the stabbing. There is convincing evidence that the stabbing came from outside, where she wasn't. So now there's only the speculation that the poison killed her. Like, it's plausible that the poison was in her system. It seems very likely. But not that that killed her. But we've got to actually bring out that this guy totally poisoned her. And then use the stabbing as a misdirect. courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did. Someone else would have to see justice done. So you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. This is a secret tribunal. Like, this is, well, not necessarily 100% secret, but this is a case that has diplomatic impact, just like the one at the beginning of the first game. You can't tell me that this guy saying this stuff and the admission that he set out to kill her is not going to get him on the chopping block no matter what happens. Even if Ray got executed, he's not getting out of this courtroom either. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. I'm so sorry I perjured myself, but I promise that I'm telling the truth this time. Pinky swear. Then the rest of the courtroom is like, oh, well, pinky swear. He won't possibly lie now. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little schoolgirl, student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journo here is off the hook. The argument is sound. No, it's not. It has great big holes. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. Therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. It's all quite logical. Yes, it is, logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. After I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? His argument is, yeah, I totally stabbed her, but that definitely didn't kill her. It was actually the poison in her system that got her first. But I totally stabbed her. Yep. I stabbed her in a way that would have been super fatal. That doesn't seem to be a very compelling argument. Smack. Think of Kazuma and Naruhodo. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Gavel. I liked the timing of that. They didn't give up until the final gavel. Gavel hits right there. Oh, well, time to give up then. Exactly, casemate. Admitting to actively trying to kill the victim and saying, but I totally didn't do, I totally got to her second. She was definitely dead to something else before my knife killed her. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. I love this statement. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves that I'm innocent of killing the Englishwoman. I can't possibly have killed her if I was the one that stabbed her. To press the statements, press the statements. Don't waste our time.
Hold it!
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then? Ha, the woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of he's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our Empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. That's what drove me to vigilante justice. So, in summary, murderous intentions, then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right, for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning has nothing to do with me at all.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim. Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. We have no proof that she administered the poison, but we're going to go with that. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Yes, braces are suspenders. Even has the type that attach to like buttons on the waistband. The ones with the little arches on the bottom. Instead of like metal clamps. The thief girl, Gina Lestrade, has the type that are like little clasps on the end. Ridiculously pointy little clasps, but yeah. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. We'll reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then, witness. Looks like it's just meant to be like it's a different regional name for suspenders. Like in the US we would say suspenders. Supposedly in like UK and some other places they say braces. Maybe it's meant to be like you brace it on your shoulders. Ah.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? But what happened to that restaurant 9 months ago? That's what. Student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Miko Toba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. Was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. This awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Gavel. Return to the dock at once, Minpami. We're in the middle of cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly, he's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty grape peeping Tom. Oh, take it easy there. I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. They actually seem to be trying to make arguments as opposed to wild suppositions. It's likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. Such I will believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Getting a different camera mount. This one is close to giving up the ghost. To do. Oh. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspect her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, Getting the poison out would be very difficult. He used the pen. That's true. I pestered Professor Miko Toba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Invasive. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I mean, being as bad as the TSA is a very, very high bar. Both in effectiveness and invasiveness. Come on, camera, work with me. Got a bit of a ball mount to it, but the camera mount, but the tension on it is not so great. So the camera is like slipping one direction or the other on a regular basis. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. Find out if my suspicions were true. I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. I haven't tried adding grease to it. Would that help hold it in place? Because that's the problem, is it's like slowly falling. I've got kind of a cheap one, so the tension is from a screw that presses against the ball. I might have to try that. I might buy some time. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Yes. Many memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume University Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of the Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sammy has been sitting in gargoyle pose for a little bit here. She's like half dozing while like standing, essentially. Every time I try to use super glue inventively, I end up with like small burns. CA glue is fun stuff. Like, you can get the stuff that is like 2-part activation. which can be useful as far as being able to control when it starts to set. But there are ways you can also accelerate the chemical reaction that makes it set so hard. One of them is bicarbonate. Oof, yeah. Plastic cement can be mean stuff. Part of the reason that I like part of the reason that I liked working with the purely plastic models from Games Workshop that and using the plastic glue for it. Two reasons, because one, it will like bond the two sides together. It'll like melt the joint or the join, and that can help with gap filling. But another thing you could do with it was to get a jar of this stuff and then feed like scrap sprues and like into it, and you would have this jar of like this paste that you could then use as the glue, as also as a filler, because you'd essentially have a kind of gelatinous form of the same plastic that would harden once it was out of the jar for a bit. Worked a lot better than trying to use like two-part putty to fill gaps, that kind of thing. Actual models like oh, yeah, it would. It would work for like melted metal. Lots of little tricks that you can do with scale models. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Ah. Well, mini memo? Okay, I'm waiting for him to assert that he didn't hear it from Brett and Ray, that instead he heard it when he followed when he followed the author into the lab. As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many-memoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what this was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. And that's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never stink. Yeah, he's never said like journalist. He's referred to himself as a journo the whole time. That, and he's named like a life philosophy after himself, and that's a capital sin as well. Whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Gavel. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. Alright, we're getting near critical with him. Point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there's no reason to then go and stab them as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. Huh? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be a good reason for that. To amend my testimony, Your Honor. Yes? Okay. No, you! It was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. It's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, that's it. That's when Many Memo first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be key here. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. We could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. I feel sure that everything would drop into place, and that's what we should be looking for. Sammy is. She's just kind of sitting there with half-lidded eyes, practically snoozing while sitting. Need more information. Rest that. Now, 1 second here. I mean, he might have been trying to cover the symptoms of the poison. Must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? To fight the urge to run it under a hot tap to get it clean. Always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Okay, we're gonna try the paper that describes the symptoms. Because it might be that the symptoms are very obvious to anybody that might know. Like, her being in the room says that she'd know that she was poisoned.
Objection!
Yep, I think I got it. It's because Ray entered the room, because he heard Ray talking and heard about the fact that the symptoms would be very apparent to her. Um, he realized she would immediately know that the poison was killing Brett. So he was going to cover it up with the stabbing. I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin. Okay, yep. As soon as she described the symptoms, he realized that they would be able to ID the poison. So he wants to cover up that it was the poison that killed her. There's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Are you going with this, counsel? Many Memo has made it clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Many Memo overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information about which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. That would narrow down the people that would have had access to it. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. It's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison. Thump. Which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Gasp. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. And Membami would be being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you write in Many Memo. Yarg. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts, but you'd already given the victim the poison at that point, and it was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. Thump. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. The effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. And, I mean, even without the poison being visible, by stabbing her, the death, the coroner's report only indicated the pupil constriction as a memo. Unless somebody who knew about the poison saw that memo, it would have been like they would have assumed that it was because of the stabbing. And that was the case early on in the trial. So by stabbing, it completely masked the oddity of the pupils. Because it would have been death by poison, and then what poison isn't? Okay, now they're going to retaliate with, how did I get the poison to her? Gavel, gavel, gavel. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Ooh, savage. Lost hope? Yep. Pathetic, useless fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is... I don't need a counter-argument. Huh? What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. Well, you admitted to stabbing her. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? You make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Yep. Many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. Only the defense needs evidence, casemate. Only the defense. What the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or my colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. The pen. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, Rayton Many Memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison. I kind of want his freak out to be like the suspenders rupture or something like that. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There is one way that you, Many Memo, could have stolen the poison that day. Gavel. Heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that the witness stole the poison? Gonna present the pen, but first we're gonna save. Saving is important.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupçon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. Soupçon was giving me a lot of trouble. For no other reason than the wiggly sea. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be true? Well, Many Memo? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? Thump. By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity. That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. The sound of rubber gloves going snap are not heard during their searches. This is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? Huh? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? He's going to say, prove there was poison in it. Is this how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. So, I think I've mentioned this anime before. I don't know if it has some other source or if the game came first, but it was called Samurai Basara. Like a low to middle fantasy rendition of the Sengoku period in Japan, the Warring States period. And one of the figures in the Warring States is Masamune Date, like a younger general or warlord. And the rendition of him in that game, if you're familiar with One Piece, you have Zoro, the swordsman, and he uses 3 katanas at once by holding one of them in his teeth. They decided that they were gonna more than one up that with this character in the game by having him wield 6 swords at once, by holding 3 between the fingers of each hand. So, in a similar way to how he's holding pencils, he was holding katanas. I always thought that it was comically original. If for no other reason than the amazing hand and finger strength that he had. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Oh, and he attacks the courtroom with pencils. Violence! Claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. You thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Thump. Many memos, son. This is how our modern justice system works. Huh? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Huh? Gavel. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. Sammy all loafed up now. Belly to the heating pad. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen used to steal the poison. Chemical reagent. Counsel, what is this? What is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anyone at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? Thump. 1 drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo, is all it will take, point, to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Grunt and groan sounds. Oh, here's his freak out. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold a... I took up arms in the form of the mighty pen, all the name of justice. Oh, dang. It is nice to see the defense get to assault people for once in this game. Because normally it's only witnesses in the prosecution that get to, like, throw deadly projectiles and the like around. Did I do it right? That was the Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaru takedown. Quit trying to blow my cover. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. Then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Mini-Memo. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project, after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. What's this? A Far Eastern caveman reporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions of a justice system, to a free press, is really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. I almost forgot how terribly racist she acts. Get out of here, you oaf, and get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit, getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yeah? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Huh? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? Gavel. Would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. I do like that we've circled back to this part of the narrative. Like, we still haven't figured out why Wilson was killed. Giselle was definitely not just acting on a whim. What sort of deal? Done my research, dug up all the dirt, was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Mini-Memo, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle. Oof. Huh? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaru Naruhodo. Oh. Ah, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way. Yes, that's me. That's my name. Definitely that. Not posing as a man at all. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo. Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Okay, that is the same little sort of ceremonial stand that you'd see a knife given to a samurai for seppuku. Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Takasuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth, not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Exactly, casemate. Your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence? Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For there is that is the true path of Ouchieism. The little quirked eyebrow is excellent, too. Ouchieism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself one hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. He's gonna cut his little hair tuft. Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi. Haiku. Sparkling threads. somber prayer poses of everyone else. They have witnessed the death of the spirit of this man. Now, in regards to the defendant, Ray Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency? Reached my final verdict. I hereby find you guilty anyway. Kill her. Not guilty. Confetti. I mean, cherry blossoms, but still, confetti. Court is adjourned. Gavel. Protracted typing. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo? Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Hey, and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. Wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Huh? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yeah, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? Significant glance at her father. We could totally brutalize this man right here. You want to throw your dad through the air? Slam him into a wall? I'm sure he's recovered from that critical illness by now. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness, of course not. Of course not. Definitely not thinking of manhandling you and, like, committing assault in some way. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. How else would I have gotten the boy's uniform? Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again, then. What a terrible shame. But you were so handsome. What? What is happening? Ah, Soseki and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba. I don't. So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Poor Soseki, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? He's so very proud of his turtle hat. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosunaga sometimes, I really do. I mean, the man's gonna spit up a whole lung at some point. I would worry about him, too. The fact that he hasn't is a testament to his willpower. "9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Yeah, did that well, didn't ya? Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma?" From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. I mean, you weren't going to find out anyway. She was going to get spirited off so that she wouldn't have to tell you. On the voyage to Great Britain, we almost had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. I had to get out of there. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? Oh. That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, but I simply can't. Let me go. Many memo. But one throw wasn't enough for you. Got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Ooh. What? The student of law? He must mean Kazuma. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Woo! Oh, dang! He's dead! That was not a landing that would preserve your neck and spine. I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw had arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku? Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato. Did you know all along, from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk if Seishiro here hadn't known and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father. Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done, both of you. You did admirably. Gotta go. Bye. Don't ask any questions. Thank you very much. What do you think of my Seishiro's sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Once again, that man's dead. That was like a monster hunter launched into the air. There would have been a crunch when he hit the ground like that. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Cosima. So we know Cosima was mentioned in the Japanese Morse code message that was on the discs from the trial at the end of Game 1. And there were a couple of other people. Glad to have to bring this up with Father sometime. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba Esquires. Could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Soseki. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? Yeah, his eyes are not all spirally right now. I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki, tell me at once. I will. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then, the particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds a key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. I don't remember that one. I only remember the killing on the street. Was that the haunted lodgings?
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Nice. End of Trial 1. Trial 0? I don't... Save. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Okay, so this is referring to the case with the falling knife. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I am too, casemate. Uh, I keep saying it, but again, we're coming off Danganronpa 2's ending, like the last half of Danganronpa 2, so the bar is low as far as writing incompetence of the players, you know? But I feel that this is actually very good. That the pieces do fit together. There is still the wild obstinance and the particulars of the justice system of the world, of the setting. The whole Phoenix Wright style setting where there is the presumption of innocence is very thin on the floor, you know? But past that, the pieces fit together and some of the nuances are things that they expect you to catch. That's right. Uh, I agree, casemate, that it does feel more realistic because it's in the past, and there are aspects of courts in the past that were a little more draconian, if not a lot more unfair. But yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this series. It's good times. It's good times. We will be playing more of this tomorrow. We're going to be doing longer sessions of this in general, assuming something else doesn't come up after, so that we can get through the cases steadily. If you missed any prior ones, of course, the VODs will be up. They'll be on the playlist for the Great Ace Attorney. I have started numbering the thumbnails and retroactively numbered the thumbnails for Great Ace Attorney, so you can have an indication of the order of them. It doesn't indicate which trial we're on, though. But yeah, if you'd like to interact with the community, maybe suggest some games or just look at cat pictures and various pet pictures, feel free to swing on by the Discord. There is a link tree in the description of the video that can get you there, as well as to my other channels. So again, I hope everybody had a good night tonight. Hope you liked what you saw. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Lots of hope. Good night, everybody.